Hey everyone, welcome back and thank you for being here. Today we're going to paint some wildflowers, and so the plan is to create misty, foggy trees in the back with a nice glow of sun right here somewhere. A nice one tree here with branches and some leaves, and then we're going to create a lake or a river, whatever you want to call it, and there's going to be a little bit of reflection, and then this side right here is going to be where our grass and all the details and some flowers, we're going to put some wildflowers here. That's the plan. We'll see what happens and have fun with this. So let's just go straight to the materials needed for today. I'm going to be painting on a 14 by 18 inch studio canvas. It's already pre-gessoed and ready to go, so I don't need to prime it or add anything to it. The only thing I did to prepare this was put it on the my tripod and then put some water, a glaze of water, and then let it dry, so that water helps kind of stretch out the canvas and get all the loose corners. Sometimes you get canvases from a store where you see canvas a little bit loose, right? So water kind of helps stretch it out. For brushes, we're going to use 2 of the M1 blending brushes and then the M2 blending brush. So this is a size smaller than this one. So with the M2, I'm going to get some little sections right here, lay out the colors with water and paint, right? And then I'm going to use the M1 blending brush to blend all the colors in, so it could create a nice smooth transition. And we're going to be using these brushes, and then also the 4-piece brush set right here. And I'll show you what's inside. We got the number 8 and the number 4 brushes here. They're the same thing, just a size smaller right here. These work really good for blending little sections and adding like little details and grass effects and leaves and things like that. So I use these a lot. And then we have a 1/2 inch flat brush and then a 0 detail brush for all the details. And then also we are going to be using the artist sponge. So you could use this, or you don't have to. You could use your number 8 brush for the leaves, right? But it gives a nice effect. So I'm going to be using this today. For paint, we're going to use acrylics from my 24 set. And I will show you which colors we're going to use from this set. Medium yellow, orange, scarlet red, sap green, viridian, ultramarine blue, and then for my 5 set, we're going to be using titanium white and carbon black. I'm going to use paper palette to mix my paint and a palette knife, some paper towels to wipe your palette knife and dab some of your brushes onto, and then also a jar of water next to your canvas, somewhere where it's going to be easy access, right? And then if you have a hair dryer, you can use that to dry out your first coats. For the blending part, before adding any layers, I like to kind of let my background dry so that I won't peel off the paint, right? So if you want to speed up the process, that helps. Otherwise, you can wait like 20-30 minutes. That'll be all for the materials. And if you're interested in using what I'm using, they are available at colorbyfelix.com. But I always say this: use what you got available. It doesn't have to be exactly the same colors that I have. If it's similar, you're good to go, okay? So have fun with this, be creative, make it into your own style. If you wanted to paint on wood or bigger canvas. I've seen some people paint on walls in the room, which is pretty awesome. Take breaks, and we're going to be working in sections, okay? I kind of explained what we're going to be painting today. We're going to start, I like to always start from the furthest distance, so get the sky blend quickly blended, right? And then after that, we'll, while it dries, we're going to quickly rinse off our blending brushes, because if you take care of your blending brushes, they'll last you a long time. And so we're going to do that, blend, because that's the furthest distance. And then the next stage is working on maybe a little bit around where the glow of the sun will be and adding our faraway foggy trees, right? And then from there, we're going to add a lake here, like a misty lake here with some details. And then we're going to add one tree here with some branches and detail it. And then from there, we're going to work what's closest next to us, which is grass, and some, you know, details of the grass coming up here. And then flowers will be one of the last things we detail and add, because that'll be the next, the closest, pretty much the closest thing to us. If I mix certain shade and if your color doesn't look exactly like mine, remember that it's okay. You know, it's okay to have a little bit of a different shade of color. It makes your painting unique, and the point of these lessons is for you to practice, right? Even to this day, I'm painting and I'm learning a lot and practicing myself, because that's how you get better. You get better by practicing and painting and mixing paint and experimenting and challenging yourself, and doing things that you know, challenging your creativity, right? Like if I added some flowers here and you wanted to add more on this side, or, you know, play with it. And I've seen some of you guys experiment and add your own, you know, placement of things, which I think is really exciting and pretty cool. So I encourage you guys to continue challenging yourself and having fun. Okay, so I got my palette paper here, and we're gonna start off with titanium white. I like to start off with white because I'm able to create shades, tints of shades, different kinds. White helps lighten the color, right, and take away the vibrancy of the intensity of, let's say, yellow or green, right? It makes it like more softer. And when you paint from furthest away going into closest, you want to create that soft transition, right? You want to create depth, and white dulls the colors, the shades of the bright colors, and makes it look like it's in a distance, you know. And so that's why I always start with white. And then from white, you know, obviously we put, as things get closer, the colors and the saturation becomes more stronger, and we use a little less white to our colors, okay? So that's why I like to start with white always. And since this is starting to get our blend of our sky down, we're going to do a simple blend, and I will create about I would say a thumb and a half amount of white, okay, something like that. And then each time go a little less, so maybe a thumb amount here, and then a little less, and I'll create like 5 for now. Okay, so each time a little less white, okay? And always close your lid when you're done using your paint so that it will stay nice and fresh. Our next color, we're gonna add medium yellow. Okay, we're gonna create from lightest to darkest. And we're gonna try to keep the sky pretty bright. We don't wanna add too much color, so I'm gonna add a little bit of a touch of this yellow, and then a little bit here. Okay, and that's it. So a little more here, but a touch right there, and then a little bit more on the second one. And then close the lid on your paint, and let's pick up orange. We're going to add a little touch of orange right in here, very small amount, and then a little bit in here, very, very small amount. And then we're going to close the lid and then go to our scarlet, which is the red. We're going to also add a little touch in here. Red is pretty strong, so we don't want to add a lot. And then now we're going to start to transition to Viridian. So then we're going to pick up our Viridian and add a little touch here, and then a little bit more here. Okay, close the lid, and then I'm going to add a little bit of green to this one. Sap green, a little touch right there, and then a little touch of ultramarine blue to this one, very small touch right there. Okay, and now I'm going to mix this and see what I get, and if I need to add more colors I will show you, and we will, you know, add more. But basically what I'm trying to create is from the sun glow, these yellow, orangey, red, going into like the far away foggy trees, and you'll see a little bit of blue green colors, right? Faded far away. That's why I added the green colors here. So let's just start with the lightest color. I always start here and then blend by like you're chopping vegetables, like this. You want to make sure your colors are fully blended in your palette before you start blending, because then it'll be an easier blend if you create colors that are a nice transition from here from your palette. Then it'll be easier to blend when you go to your canvas. So you could see I am mixing all my colors like this, and then once I'm done, I bunch it up, make little pillows like this. It'll stay fresh. And so the next one will be leaning towards more brighter yellow with a little bit of orange, not too much. Okay, and you don't need to clean your palette knife every time, like once you're done mixing, because we're going from lightest to darkest. So, but if we were to come back, let's say from this color, it'll be darker color. We don't want to bring it back to our light color. We want to wipe our palette knife and then, you know, and then start mixing again. Okay, sometimes you see if you like your colors, and if you need to go back to your lighter colors, you'll just quickly wipe your palette knife. So you could see the smooth transition happening already. And here you could see a little bit of red, pinkish color going on. I didn't add a lot because this is the base color, so we don't want to, we don't want to add too much, because we're going to go over and add details to our trees and to our glow of the sun. So this is a good base start. So quickly blend this so you could see smooth colors, they're not too bright, the colors, but you could see color going on, right? But it's not like very bright, right? So that's what white does. It takes away the saturation a little bit, which helps to create depth. So here we added a little bit more blue. And actually what I'm going to do here is add a touch of black to this one, to my last color, very small amount, and a little more blue, okay, or ultramarine blue, because I wanted to lean towards more of a neutral color. There you go. So it's kind of like this greenish, bluish gray color. And since the transition is, pretty strong here from this color to that color, I'm going to take part of this color, not a lot, and just mix it with this. I'm not going to clean my palette knife. I'm just going to mix it a little bit with this color. Okay, just like this. And then bunch it up like this. And so this is what I have here. So something similar like this, okay? And and then from there we'll add more details on top of this. This is our base colors right here. Let's start going to our canvas and blending. Okay, so we're gonna cover about half the canvas with the colors we have mixed. And if it goes a little bit lower, that's okay. Don't worry about it. We're gonna add more details on the bottom, but let's just focus on covering this area here. We're gonna create the glow of the sun that's gonna be somewhere here. So this is gonna be the brightest area here. And then from there, we're gonna add, our green trees far away here and the sky on top. So make sure you have your water jar next to your painting so that when and then let's pick up our M2 blending brush. And we're going to dab it all the way in the water. Okay, and then squeeze part of it out. Okay, so you could have some water, but it's not a lot, right? It's not dripping. So, and then when I say I'm dabbing my brush to pick up more color if I need to, right? Usually I do. I just quickly, just a tip, I dab it in the water quickly, right? So that I'll pick up a little more water. Water helps keep acrylic stay wet and create, make a smooth trend, like make it run smooth, right, on the canvas. Water helps do that. So let's start with the lightest color. We have a little bit of water in there. Okay, so I'm just gonna pick up all my paint here, roll it like this, pick it all of it up like that. And then, like I said, this area is gonna be the brightest. So we're just gonna randomly, and if you see bubbles, that's good. That means you have the right amount of paint, water and paint, and it's not, if it's dripping, that means you have too much water. So you wanna squeeze part of the water out. You wanna see a little bit of bubbles, but not a lot, right? Not a lot of, you wanna still feel the thickness of the paint, right? So I'm gonna go like this randomly with my color here, and then I'm gonna dab my brush slightly in the water, just the tip, and then pick up my next color and go around it randomly like this. Okay, dab my brush in the water, pick up more of this yellowish color. Okay, maybe some of this white. Okay, dab my brush in the water, let's pick up a little more right here, go around on the bottom right here. Dab my brush in the water, pick up the pink, okay, and then mix it in here on top. A little bit of pink right here. Don't focus on blending too much, but create that trend, like start to see that smoother transition, right? Okay, and from there we're gonna start to add a little bit of, well, let's add a little more pink. And it's okay if yeah, that's fine right there. So then we're gonna go to the green, and we're just gonna randomly add it right here. Dab my brush in the water lightly, and then pick up more of this green. Blend it with that pink. Okay, a little more of that green. And maybe some pink mixed with the yellow, why not? Right here. Okay, blend it all in quickly, and then dab your brush in the water, and then your final color here. Let's randomly, I'm gonna dab my brush in the water so it could run smoother. Randomly blend that in here. Mix it, both of these in, and dab my brush lightly in the water. And this is going to be a quick sketch, right? We're going to add more details once we're done here. So a little bit of pink. Okay, so let's put our brush down real quick and pick up our M1 blending brush and quickly start from the lightest, swirl it gently, and quickly randomly blend your sky like this before it dries. And we're gonna add details to our trees, faraway trees in a bit. But just quickly blend all your colors in. Okay, like that. There you go. All right, so we finished drying everything here, so we're ready for the next section. Like I said, there's gonna be some trees here and in here as well. So a lot of this is gonna be covered with some trees, faded trees in the back, and then this is where the glow will be. So you could see that smooth glow right here happening. So that's what we kind of want. So we got a nice first base. And then this is what I added for the trees. We added a thumb amount of white, and each time I go add less white. Okay, so each time go a little less. And then touch of sap green, orange, and then sap green here. And then a little more sap green and viridian, and then a touch of black. So I'm gonna mix these colors and show you what I get. I decided to add a touch of red to this one, okay, because I want my trees to have that transition from this bright glow, yellow, orangey, to red and then green, right? Like this reddish, it will have a little bit of that, you know. So I'll show you what I have, and then I'm going to actually add a little bit of green. I'll show you. So a touch of green, a little bit more, okay? Because I don't want it to be too pink. I want it to still look greenish, but have a little hint of that, you know, red in there. So that's much better. So it looks like almost like a tan, brownish color. Like this, okay? Something like that. So I'm gonna mix my last color and I'll show you what I get. Okay, so this is what I have. All right, so with these three colors, we're gonna use our number 8 brush, dab it all the way in the water and tap it on the paper towel so it'll just be damp, okay? And then we're gonna start with this, using our number 8 brush. And we're gonna start here in this corner. We're gonna kind of start to add that, some of the far away glow in the leaves from the trees, right? Okay, something like this. See, it's rough, but that's what we want. So the sun, remember, the glow is going to happen here. So I'm going to add a little bit. Actually, I'm going to create one more color to brighten it a little bit. So I'm going to add white for the bottom areas. A little bit of white and yellow, medium yellow. And I'll show you. So I got a touch of white, medium yellow. I'm going to take part of this color, mix it in. Basically, I want to create even a lighter color, just a shade lighter. So maybe a little more of this color. Mix it all in like this. Okay, so something like this. And we just want a little bit of a lighter color with a little more yellow in it, okay? So that we can start blending these two, playing with them, like right here, this area, this is where the sun will be, right? I want to give it a little bit more of a transitional, soft transition, right? I don't want to give too much of the So I'm going to continue playing with this color of the dark colors yet. And I'm just going to try to lightly, you know, add a little bit of that glaze, yellow glaze, randomly here. Okay, dab my brush in the water and then use a little bit more of this yellow. And then I'm gonna kind of swirl, use part of my corner here and create like a little transitional, you know, blend going down. And then here we're gonna add a little bit of randomly here. This is the background, so I'm not worried too much about making it perfect. But now add a little bit more of this yellow. Right, and then go back to this color again as you go up here. Just gonna blend those two randomly together. And we're gonna just add that and let it fade somewhere in here. Okay. Dab my brush in the water and then use part of this color and this one. And let's start to blend that in here. You can dab a little bit. Okay. And then use a little bit of this and this color. Maybe a little bit more of this, maybe with this yellow. We want to create a softer transition here. Dab my brush in the water. Use more of this yellow and this color. And I'm just using with a little bit of water, I'm kind of swirling and blending some of these colors in. Right? Okay, dab my brush in the water. Use a little bit of this in that color here. Maybe a little more of this color. And this yellow. Yeah, my brush in water. Use this color, a little bit more of this. And as I go down, I'm going to use a little bit of this with this color. And I'm just going to try to add that green. Use a little bit of this yellow to create a smoother transition here. Dab my brush in the water. Use a little more yellow with this green. And we're going to try to blend a little bit here. Water helps, you know, to blend, like make it flowy, a little more flowy. Your acrylics, right? So a little bit of yellow and this green. And let's just add it right in here. And as I go down, it's going to get a little darker. So we'll just use this more of this. And then here I'm going to bring it back to making it look a little softer. But first I'm going to lay this green color down up to about here. Okay, so I'm going to dab my brush in the water and use a little bit of this, maybe in yellow, because I want to create like a fade from this area here. Okay, and then a little bit more of this color with the yellow, and right in here. We're just going to blend this in here and go all the way down. Use a little bit of the darker color and going to create that smooth, rough. It looks a little bit rough, but you know, we don't want it too smooth. We want it looking a little bit rough, but also, you know, soft at the same time. And then here, I'm going to go back to this color and bring it kind of down. Dab my brush in the water, use a little bit of this and yellow right in here. And then use a little bit of this color and this green for this corner right here. I want to make it a little darker. Dab my brush in the water. I know it looks like a little bit of messy, but bear with me. It's all going to come together. Okay. A little bit of that yellow in here. Okay, dab my brush in the water. Use a little bit of this and this color again together. And then let's brighten it up a little bit, the edges here, so it won't be too sharp. You see, with a little bit of the color, lighter colors, and then you just blend those in real quick. So it looks a little rough, but we're kind of starting to see, you know, some of the shapes here from our, you know, the places where our trees are going to be, right? So next I'm going to mix a few more colors and show you what I have. Alright, so I added a touch of white and then sap green and a little bit of medium yellow. You could see here, and I'm trying to create another green shade for the trees because we're going to start to add a little more detail to our trees. Alright, we got the base, the sketch, the shadows of our trees, but now we're going to go over and detail it a little bit. So actually I'm going to add a little bit of ultramarine blue. I don't want it to be too green, so this is what I got, but I added ultramarine blue so that it will be a little bit of a, you know, smoother color, because these are in the background. These trees are in the background and you don't want to make them too vibrant. So I'm going to clean my palette knife, and so this is what I have. Okay, something like that. I'm going to use the same brush, so I'm going to use my number 8, use a little bit of this color, okay, that we mixed right here. And then we're going to start to shape out where our trees are going to be. So for example, this is going to be one of the trees here. This is the shadows of the tree. And I'm just going to skip some areas and start to detail it a little bit more. Okay, and then I'm going to use a little bit of this yellow and mix it with the green, and then we're going to add a little bit of that. There's some trees in the back that we don't see that well. Even add a little bit of that yellow color, the one that we have here, mix it with a little bit of this green, add it along this one, and then fade it out. use a little bit more of this yellow. Randomly add some in here. Maybe there's some you can barely see, some branches, you know, brighter branches along here, but they're there, you know. So randomly add that here. Dab my brush lightly in the water and use the yellow and green again. Just lightly dab it, create like a, use a little bit of this green, darker green, and this green, because we want to create like a little bit of a different shade, a little bit of a darker green shade, you know, to create variety. So then go back to this green and the yellow again, a little bit of this yellow. And lightly gonna fade it out like this. And these are far away faded bushes and trees that you can barely see. And we're not done yet here. We're gonna add a little bit more detail. So now I'm gonna use this yellow and white. Okay, yellow and white. And I'm going to add a little bit more detail to some of these trees here, where the glow is, right? And I'm just going to quickly dab that lighter tone. Okay, let's use a flat brush, and we're going to add a little bit of white and this green, mix it together. Randomly, like this, a little lighter basically, and we're going to create a little branches here. Okay, that you can barely see, so I added a little bit of water. Okay, and then I'm not going to really add on this side, just this side right here I think is good enough. And then we can use this darker green. To add a little bit of highlight on the right side of our trees that we added. Okay. Okay, so I added medium yellow straight out of the tube, but first I'm going to use white, clean my number 8 brush, and just the white, we're going to make this even brighter where the sun will be, with just the white right here. Make a little blend around your sky. You can bring it down lower a little bit. Okay, dab my brush in the water, use a little bit of white and the yellow a little bit. White and yellow. And we're going to create like a little glow from the sun going down to our water. Okay. Dab my brush in the water, use a little bit more white and water, okay, less yellow. Dab my brush in the water and tap it on the paper towel, right, so you don't want too much water. So I dab my brush in water and then tap it on the paper towel so it'll be damp. And then use a little bit of white and a touch of yellow, not a lot. We don't want too much. And then we're just gonna create a little bit of a glow here from the light. And it's kind of hard to tell right now what we're doing, but you'll see once we start to add more and more detail, you'll start to notice why this is important to add these details, because when we start to add more details on top, it's really going to pop. In a positive way. So a little bit more white and a touch of yellow, not a lot. And we're gonna create a little bit of it going this way. Okay, dab my brush lightly in the water, use a little bit of white and a touch of yellow. A little bit more white and yellow again, same colors. Oh, I added a little more yellow on this one, but that's okay. We kind of need that yellow anyway for this glow. So just add that glow in here. So dab my brush lightly in the water, use a little bit of water and a touch of yellow again to follow that glow. A little bit more white and yellow. We're going to continue adding that glow around here. Take away these rough edges. So a little bit of white. my brush in the water, use a little bit more white and a touch of yellow. Okay, and let's add a little bit more of that glow in here. Okay, a little bit more white, maybe on this side. Okay, and then a little bit of white and yellow, touch of yellow here. These corners, remember, want to create a more of a glow around these trees. So maybe a little bit more yellow right in here. A little more water, damp brush I mean, and then let's add a little bit more white in here. A little bit more yellow in here. It's all gonna come to life soon. Okay, clean my brush and now just use the white again. Use only the white and let's add the white in here and kind of go over the yellow a little bit with the white. Right? Just the white and some water. And fade it out. Okay, now you start to see that glow happening, right? And then some yellow hitting the trees, a little bit of rays going on right here, right? A little bit of that, so it's going to be misty and foggy here. You can kind of start to see a little bit of the bush here. We're going to add a little bit more of this yellow-ish, maybe a touch of this green. I'm going to brighten this up a little bit in here. Down my brush in the water. And then add a little bit in here. And then clean my brush and then use this green, darker green brush or color right here that we have mixed the darkest. And I'm going to create a little bit of darker tones right where it gets deeper in the woods on some areas, not everywhere, but some areas. And I'm going to fade it out as I go up. Okay, a little bit more in here. Same thing here. And try to add a little bit of the darker Now we can come back to the sky later, but for now it's good enough. We're going to work on adding quickly a sketch of our water on the bottom, lake or river, whatever you want to call it, and then we're going to add a few details there, and then we're going to add the big tree with leaves here. So a lot of this is going to be covered with the leaves. You know, we're going to be using the artist sponge to create the leaves, the tree that is up closer, okay? So once we start to add that, you'll start to see the image even more, you know, come together. All right, so now let's work on the next section. We're going to add a little bit of water right here in this corner, okay? And then the rest is going to be covered with grass and some details, but around right here. And to make it easier, I started with a new paper palette, and this is what I have, like about over 2 thumbs amount of white here, and then each time go less, a thumb amount and less here, right? And then Viridian a little bit here, and then a touch of orange, and then Viridian, a little more orange and sap green, and then the same amount of Viridian, more orange and carbon black here. So I'll show you what I get mixing these colors. So as I was mixing, this is still pretty light. So what I'm going to do is take part of the black here and mix it in with this. So it could be a little bit darker. Okay. And this is what I got. Okay, it's like almost like a grayish green with a little bit of orange. And the reason why I added orange, because of the glow of the sun, right? I wanted some of that warm color. For it not to be too cold, right? We want it to kind of, because of the sun rays and the mist, we want to keep it like warm. So we're going to cover this as the base, and I'm going to first sketch out this area right here, cover it with my number 8 brush, dab it in the water, and tap it on the paper towel to get most of the water out, so your brush is always damp. It doesn't have a lot of water, but it's always damp, okay? And we're going to start off with, let's start off with a little bit of this lighter color, okay? A little bit of this lighter color like this. And we're gonna just continue right below here. This is the base of our water. I'm going to use a little bit more of this color. And just randomly add it. And then part of this is going to be covered here, so I'm not going to go in too deep. Right here, I'm going to stop right here. Okay, and then now I'm going to go to the darker color here. And this is the base, so it's going to look a little rough, and that's okay. We're going to add more details to it later. Okay, so lightly dab my brush in the water and pick up more of this color. Let's add it right in here. Okay, I'm going to add this lighter color in this corner right here. And then add it right in here as well, randomly. Dab my brush in the water, add more of that lighter color in here, randomly all over the place. And then let's add the darkest color right in here. Dab my brush in the water, use the middle color, kind of blend those in real quick. Look at this, lightest color, randomly added, cover the canvas nicely everywhere. Lightly dab my brush in water. And let's continue with the lighter color here. brighter color. Yeah, my brush in the water. Use a little bit of this color. Okay, I'm gonna let this dry, and then we're gonna add another coat on this. All right, a rough sketch right here. It's dry. Now we're gonna add a little more detail to our water. What we're gonna do is take part of this green again, and then I also added white, yellow, orange, and green straight out of the tube. And we're going to use those to add a little bit of reflection to the water, right? We want it to kind of look similar in a way. So here, I'm gonna add that light glow, and I'm gonna go a little bit higher this time. Create a little bit mist. Okay. Create that nice mist in our water. Lightly with your number 8 brush and a touch of water, we're going to create that nice mist. Okay, maybe use a little bit of white to brighten this area, because that's where the glow, the sun is hitting most. And we're just going to fade it out. I'm going to go up a little bit here. Okay, down my brush in the water. And then we're going to use a little bit of ultramarine blue. Actually, I'm going to squeeze part of it out because I want to add that a little hint of blue in there as well. So I'm going to use a little bit of white and a touch of blue, not too much, but a very small amount of blue. We're going to make this a little bit more bluish. So a little more white and blue. Let's add a little color. Okay, so this is a lot of back and forth, so bear with me. You see with water how smooth it works, and it's always, when you layer more colors, it starts to really, become smoother. So it's all about layering, remember that. So with water, you could see I'm creating like more of a transparent, because water does that, A little bit of white and blue, not too much. More white, and let's add that blue in here. We want to create a little more of that misty, maybe that's like, from the water it's a little bit more foggy, and I'm going to fade it out. Okay. There you go. And now we're going to dab my brush in the water. We're going to use a little bit of white and this green. Remember this green? I want to create a little bit of color right in here because of the reflection of this tree. We want to add a little bit of that green in there. So add a little more color, green, just by itself. And let's add the green in here. And we're going to fade it out. And then in here, I want to create a lighter color. So I'm going to use that with a little bit of yellow, white with a little bit of yellow, and make this brighter right in here, because that's where the sun is hitting. I want to brighten this just a little bit, not too much. So maybe use this color and a little bit of that green right there. Dab my brush in water, use white and orange, a touch of orange. A lot of back and forth. This is going to be like a misty, you know, river here that you'll once I start adding the grass and the details that are up close, you're going to start to see the picture, more of the picture come to life. So, and then let's add a little bit of, dab my brush in the water, let's add a little bit of white and orange. I want to add a little bit of that orangey glow right in here. I want to add more color to my water. Okay. Add a little bit of water, white and orange, right in here. I'm going to add white, a little bit of white and orange again. We're going to make this bright with more white right in here. Lightly dab my brush in the water, use more white, and let's brighten this area. You could skip some areas. I know it looks a little rough, but once we start adding the details, it'll really look nice. We're getting a nice blend of colors first. Background blend of our water. Dab my brush lightly in the water, and what we're going to do is use a little bit of white and a touch of this orange, right? And we're going to go up in here. And I'm going to kind of go up a little bit and bring the lighter tones of that orange up in the sky. Take away a little bit of that green, right? We don't want it to be too green. We want to create a little bit of color. A little bit of orange here on the sides. Okay. Dab my brush lightly in the water. Let's use a little bit of this blue, maybe a touch of this green and this blue and white. Because we're going in here, I want to lighten this up a little bit. Create that nice foggy, lighter tone. And we're going to fade it out as we go up a little bit. Okay. Create a little bit of more of that blue in here in the woods. Blue mist. I'm going to dab my brush in the water lightly and tap it on the paper towel and use a little bit of white and blue again. And we're going to try to fade it a little bit more down. Not too much like this, just a little bit more of that blue, carry it down. I'm going to use white, and I want to add a little bit of that white in here. And in here. certain areas to brighten my water. A little bit in here. Just make it smooth everywhere, and if it looks a little bit rough, that's okay. We're going to be adding more details to the water, but we just want like to get that sketch down. Now what I'm going to do here, you see this bluish kind of mist going on from the water. I don't want this to be too blue by itself right in the middle randomly. So what I'm going to do is use a little bit of bluish color, right? Blue and a touch of white, not too much white, but more blue. And I'm going to create that blue and go all the way with water to the top and dim some of my green and make those trees a little bit more, have that tint of blue, like they're far away, right? So I'm going to spend some time in adding a little bit more blue and a touch of white going up, and okay, so a little bit of that blue and white and water. Okay, more water, and we're gonna try to make this a little bit more bluer here. Okay, dab my brush in the water, use a little bit more blue and a little bit of white so it won't be too blue. And let's add it, more of it randomly all over here. And you can barely see this probably on the camera, but it does make a big difference, okay? It makes it look like these trees are further away. Okay, and sometimes you have to go back and forth to correct things, but it's super easy because this is all mist and far away, you know, trees, so it's actually pretty easy to correct that because you just add your details. And so a little bit of white and more blue here, and maybe a little more blue. And let's just add it all over here. Go over it all, why not? Like this. You could see I barely use color, right? And then once it dries, it doesn't leave any brush strokes. It just creates a nice, like a glaze of blue, but it doesn't like take away from the details you already added, right? So I'm gonna use, that's why I use more water and a little bit of the color, okay? A little bit of the blue. I'm just trying to take away the sharpness of the green. I don't want it to be too green because we're going to be adding details here, and I want these details to pop. All right, and to finalize the first, layers of your water, we're going to add details to it, right? But I'm going to go over to make it even a little bit more softer. I'm going to go over doing the same technique with my number 8 brush and dab it lightly in the water and tap it on the paper towel. So it could be, you have water, but not too much, right? I'm going to take part of the white, okay, and part of the blue, ultramarine blue. Mix those, okay, so you get like a lighter blue with water. And what we're going to do is go over it once more, and then that will really make it, start to take away all the little areas where it wasn't blended that well. It's going to make it look even softer when you add another layer of that, of doing the same technique. Okay, so I'm going to spend some time working on going over everything again with blue and white and adding my details to the water, adding that fog. Okay, real quick right here. and then dab my brush in water. We're going to use a little bit of white, and let's just use white and a little bit more blue, and let's go down here. I want to create this area a little bit lighter, and it's okay if you're covering your colors a little bit, like the orange with a glaze of white. That's totally fine. We're trying to make this stand out. So I'm going to add a little bit more white here with water and create that nice blend, fade. So it'll look softer. That's what we're doing. We're making it look softer. Okay. So here, I want to add a little bit of white and a touch of yellow because I want it to reflect from the sunlight, right? Just a little bit of this color right in here. I want to brighten this area here. With the sunlight glow. And a little bit of that yellow glow right in here. I'm going to add that yellow glow as well. And cover this area. Okay, and now we're going to go to our number 4 brush. Okay, our number 4, and we're going to add a little bit of some details to our water using white and a little bit of, let's say, this yellow and white and this green. Mix it in together. And we're going to start to add some details. Add a little bit more white. Okay, a little more white. More white by itself. Okay, because we're going into the brighter area right here. I know it's hard to tell what it is, but you'll see. Once I start to add more details, you'll start to see the image. A little bit of water here, reflection from the light. Okay, and now we're going to add a little bit of white and a touch of orange, not too much. And we're going to come down right in here and add a little bit of details. Use more white. And we're just gonna like randomly dab and create some little details to our water, and then use just the white by itself, and we're going to add a little bit of that in here and fade it out. Use a little bit more orange and white. I'm going to cover this area a little bit like this. And then in here. Okay, dab my brush in water. Let's change to flat brush as we get closer. And we're going to use white. And this, a little bit of this orange, not a lot. I'm going to dab my brush in water so it can run smooth. And then use this white and a little bit of orange. We're going to create some more details. As it gets closer, you start to see some of the sharper details here. I'm going to dab my brush in water, use more of the white and a little bit of orange, and I'm going to randomly create like a little some ripples in here. A little more white. A little more white in here. Okay, dab my brush in the water lightly, and with just the water, and then I kind of cleaned out my brush. I'm going to go over some of these areas red and here create some little ones, little ripples. Add a little bit more white. Dab my brush in the water and use a little more white, and we're going to go over some of these far away ones with the flat brush. Lightly, we want to make it faded, right? We want to make it look faded, so just with the white and water. I'm going to go over quickly some of these. Make some of these a little brighter because of the sun glowing onto the water, right? I know it might be hard to see, what I'm doing right now, but once we start to really add the grass, and we're getting there very closely, you'll start to see this image start to come, and it's going to look so much better. But this is necessary. All these details in the background take time, but it's hard to see the image sometimes in the beginning. But if you just trust the process and continue, you're going to start to really see the image, and you're going to be excited. It's going to look so good. So, you know, add a little bit white here. I want the glow. So I'm going to use a little bit of white and a touch of yellow. And white with some water. And I want to make this, maybe that's a little too much. I'm going to clean my brush actually. And then use my number 4. And then just use the white. If it has a little bit of yellow, that's okay. I'm going to just blend that in with water. Take away that bright yellow a little bit. I don't want it too much. So a little bit more. Okay, and now we're gonna create another shade, and I'll show you. Okay, so I added a touch of black and sap green, and remember this darkest color we have mixed. I don't want to let it go to waste, so I'm going to take the rest of this color, mix it in with this. Okay, and we're going to use this color for some of the grass parts in the water, okay? This is like a darker shade of this. Remember, we mixed these. It goes a little bit darker here. It has a little bit of green, but also it's not too bright, right? So I'm going to clean my palette knife and use my number 4 brush for this part. And so what I'm going to do is, with my damp brush, use this color and my number 4 brush, and we're going to create some grass in the water. Okay, so for example, right here, I'm going to create I'm going to first cover this part, right? As the base. Kind of flake the grass upwards like this. And then I'm going to try to fade it in, or draw a shadow using this color. Remember this? A little bit of a lighter color right on the bottom. Create like a little reflection of this grass. A very subtle reflection here. Okay, dab my brush in the water, clean it out on the paper towel. And then we're going to use the lighter color. Remember this one? We're going to try to blend that out a little bit, make it a little softer while it's still wet, the paint. You can kind of go back and forth and create a little bit of a softer transition on some of these parts. Okay, so I'm going to use the darker color now and add some of the darker right on the bottom right here. Okay. I'm going to dab my brush in water, and we're going to use a little bit of this color. We're going to create some reflections. Remember, we added here. We're going to create some ripples, shadows. And then I'm going to create a little bit of it right in here. Some details, not too much. And then dab my brush in water. We're going to use the dark color right here again, this one, with water. We're going to add a little bit of grass right in here. And we're just going to kind of dab it and pull it upwards. Create a little bit of grass in there, in this area, not too much. I'm going to dab my brush in water and use a little bit of a lighter color, this one, so that we can blend that in a little bit, take away the sharpness of the, because we want to make it look faded. Okay, something like this. Okay, so I'm going to switch to my flat brush. Okay, 1/2 inch flat brush, dab it in the water. And we're going to use a little bit of this color, maybe with a touch of the darker one, with water, not a lot of it, because here I want to create some faded ripples of some of the details we added. Okay, I'm not going to go all the way over there because I want that to look faded. And like I said, some of this is going to be covered, so you won't see all of this, all these details, right? But we want to add a little bit of them in here. Okay, so a little bit more of the same color, this one, and maybe a touch of this with water. And let's go in here. Add a little bit in here. Okay, and then we can use a little bit of a darker color here because we're going closer, right, with a touch of water. And we're gonna create a nice, some ripples in here. And some of this is going to be covered, so and a little bit of the darker tones in here. Okay, so I added a little bit too intense here, these colors. That's okay. We're gonna add a little bit of white. Okay, white with water and just the white by itself. And we're just gonna glaze it over the areas we added too much of the sharpness, right? So white and maybe a little bit of yellow to create color. Okay, white and a little bit of yellow with water, and we're gonna put a glaze right over these, some of these. Here especially. I want to kind of take that away a little bit in here. I don't want them to be too sharp. Still want it to look faded, you know? So I'm going to add a little more white over these. And then also what we're going to do, add a little bit of white and yellow maybe over some of these. Where the grass is. Okay, you can't really tell much, but a little bit of that. It's like the shadows from the grass where it ends, you know, like how we have it here. It goes around this grass a little bit. We want to add that in there. Okay. I'm going to add some color, a little bit of some darker tones to our water. So I'm going to add a little bit of this green. And let's add a little bit of a darker tone over some of these. I want to create a little bit more of a darker shade here. Take away some of this so that it won't be too bright. That glaze of that green, it'll make it look more like, make these grass areas stand out a little bit more. Dab my brush in the water, use this color, and let's add a little more darker right in here. I want this to be a little bit more darker. Okay, I clean my brush and just use water now to soften the colors a little bit. And now with the flat brush, we're going to go and use this color, dab it in the water. With water and this, we're going to create some lawn grass. If you have too much water, just dab it on the paper towel. We don't want it to look too thick, so I'm not pressing too hard. And you could also do this with a detail brush. But I'm going to first go over with this, and then I'll go over with a detail brush next. Okay, we're creating some grass. Okay, so now I'm going to use my detail brush to add a little more details, and we could use this darker color here with water, right? I dab my detail brush in the water fully and take a little bit of this color and swirl it on the paper palette, right? And I'm just gonna get a little bit of this color, okay? And then lightly, barely pressing on the canvas, I'm gonna go and start to really go back and forth with water and this color, really adding my grass even in here. You can go up a little bit and down as well. Okay, and we don't want to add too much detail yet. These are faded grass, right? We're going to add more details here, but we just wanted to add a few of this. As we get closer, we're going to start to see a little more taller grass in the water, right? So I'm dabbing my brush every time I move it away in the water and swirling, picking up more of this darkest color we have mixed. And I'm kind of not going only one direction. You don't want to make it look like, you know, too like stiff, right? You want to make some grass that maybe bend a little bit, maybe fall on the others, you know, on in the water because they're too heavy. So like, you know, like this. Right? So spend some time adding your details. And then some of them could be like coming down here. So I'm going to dab my brush in the water and then also I'm going to try to kind of reflect some of these down. Right, and I'm going to spend some time adding a few more. Remember, switch it up. Make some of them bend. Add a little bit, as much as you want, okay? All right, so we can come back to the grass part and the water part later, right? Let's continue and sketch out our tree. We're gonna have a big tree right here with some branches and some leaves on it, right? And then we're gonna add the grass on the bottom. But let's sketch out our tree here and start to detail it. And so this is what I have. A thumb amount of black, a touch of orange and white, and then less black, more sap green and more orange and more white, and then just white, scarlet red, and orange, okay? So I'm gonna mix here and show you what I get with these colors. So for this one, I'm gonna take part of this darkest color, just a little bit, and mix it with this one. Okay, and I'll show you what I get. I added some yellow and white to this because I want to make it a little brighter. And so this is what I have. It's like a orangey, almost tan color here. This is greenish with a little bit of orange, warm colors, and then grayish, darkest color for our tree, right? So let's pick up our flat brush, 1/2 inch flat brush, and then we're gonna use the darkest color. And first, we're just gonna sketch out where we want our tree to be, right? So I want it to be a little bit off my canvas. So I think I'm gonna have it go, and it's gonna go all the way to the top. So I think I'm gonna have it go, it's gonna end somewhere right in here. And there's gonna be coupled. So I'm gonna go probably end it right in here and kind of let it go around like that. Right? Quickly sketch that out, and then we're gonna add a little one and then let it go and connect here. Okay, I dab my brush in water, pick up more of this darkest color, and then here I'm gonna have it come up and go probably right in here. Okay, something like that. Dab my brush in water, and then we're gonna make this big, so we're gonna have it like right here. It's gonna go down, maybe it has a little, some details here, and we're just gonna bring it all the way down like this. Okay, make these trees big, and then from here we're gonna add some details that are okay, and then I'm gonna add one that is coming from this corner, and it's just gonna go like that. Okay, we're just sketching it out first, and then from here we're going to add one that will go okay. Dab my brush in water so it can run smooth. And remember, always thicker on the bottom and then make it skinnier as you go up, you know, so keep that in mind. And then we're gonna add one more detailed tree branch that is going to come from this corner, and it's just gonna go like this. Okay, all the way out. And here I'm going to make it a little thicker and fade it out. Okay, and then of course we're going to add more. Let's actually add some branches, some thicker branches around. Maybe this one. And we're going to use our detail brush too. But for a few of these, I don't mind using my flat brush to give me an idea. Okay. So for now, that's good. I'm gonna add more with my detail brush, but for now that's good. Let's actually add a little bit more. I wanna add this orangey one color, maybe mix it with this green. It's just here, because of the light, I wanna make one that is so let's use a little bit more orange. And we're gonna fade it out. Okay, I'm gonna add some white because I want to make it a little brighter. So I'm gonna add white straight out of the tube into my canvas, or I mean into the palette paper, and use a little bit of white, mix it with this orangey color that we have, the lightest color we have mixed, and we're gonna make it a little lighter. Okay, use that. Okay. I know it might look a little messy right now, but once we start to add some details, it's gonna really start to come to life. I always say this, I'm excited about this, when you start to add more and more details. So I'm gonna switch to number 8 and fill in the areas. So with the darkest color in my number 8 brush, I'm just gonna fill it in. Fill in and kind of try not to go over the line, but create a base color for our tree. So with the darkest color, quickly sketch that in, and then here we can add a little bit of white straight out of the tube, white, and mix it in with this. So a little more white. And just bring it all the way down. A little more white. Create that quick sketch, quick base color to our tree. I'm going to switch to number 4 for the smaller branches. Do the same thing. Add the dark. And it's okay if you go over some of your... This is a base color for our tree. We're going to go over it with more detail. So I'm going to create that darker tone right in here. And then I'm going to go to this orangey color and color it in on some of these right in here. So that orangey color right in here. And then go back to your darkest color. Okay. We're just sketching it first. All right, so we got the sketch of our tree, right there, and then the rest is going to be grass, and then on the bottom we're going to add, you know, flowers. But let's now, you know, before adding more details to our tree, we'll let this dry, and while this dries, we're going to add some leaves to our tree. So that's where we use our artist sponge. Like I said, if you don't have artist sponge, you can use your number 8 brush, and in our other tutorials I showed you how to use to add some leaves and details, you know, to your trees, right? So you could use either brush. So let's dab our artist sponge brush all the way in the water, all the way, and then squeeze all the water out so it could be soft. So there's no water at all. It's nice and soft, right? And what we're going to do first is use this. We're going to use part of this color, right? And we're going to choose, you can test it out on your palette, the effect of your artist sponge, and you can squeeze and make it smaller, or you can let it go naturally like this and make the spaces bigger, right? So you can play with that to create different kind of patterns. Okay, so let's take part of this color, and we're going to start to add some leaves to our tree. And you can go over the tree because this, remember, we got the base, we're going to go over the tree, so a lot of it's going to be, you know, and then we're going to come back and add the details again. So here I'm just lightly dabbing, and I'm going to leave some open areas, but then some will be filled with a lot of leaves. So I'm going to dab more of this color we have mixed and bring it down like up to here. And skip some areas. I don't want it to be too, you know, even everywhere. I want some areas to have more, right? So that's good enough for this area. We'll, like I said, we'll add more later, and we can also come back with our number 4 brush or number 8 and kind of detail it some more. So let's just add a few of this color in here. Okay, gonna pick up more of this color and continue. Right, and I'm kind of moving my my sponge around and creating different kind of texture. So as I go here, I'm gonna switch to a little bit of a lighter color, so I don't need to wash my sponge. I'm just gonna continue using this lighter color, this orangey color, because of the glow. We want some of these to be a little bit brighter. Okay, so use a little bit of that lighter color on these branches, the ones and then here we're going to add a little bit around. And add a lot of detail here, a lot of branches and leaves here. Okay, and gently pressing, not too hard. Okay, and now I'm gonna go to my darkest color. Okay, this one. And we're gonna add a little bit of darker shades here. Not a lot, but just on some of these, especially here. Because here, because of the glow, it makes these leaves lighter, right? We just want to add a little bit of the darker leaves in here. Okay. All right, so now I added sap green straight out of the tube, a touch of white and orange, and I'm gonna mix part of this color, okay? Take part of it and mix it with this. We wanna create a lighter tone and a brighter color. And maybe let's add a little bit of yellow actually, because I want to create a little glow here with my leaves, right? Because of the sunlight. So I added a touch of medium yellow as well. And I'll show you right here. So I'm gonna mix that in. And we're gonna use that for the lighter parts, okay? Okay, so something like this. Now I'm gonna take part of this green that we have mixed and let's use a little bit of this orange, maybe some white, just to brighten it a little bit. But we don't want it too bright, we want it more green. I'll show you what I get real quick. So, something like this, okay? It's leaning towards more green, right? All right, so we just want a green shade to our leaves to create variety. So, let's start with this color we have mixed and our number 4 brush. I cleaned it out and dabbed it on a paper towel so it could be damp but doesn't have a lot of water. And we're going to use this color and we're going to start to add a little bit of more details to our leaves here. And we're going to also go over with our detail brush to create a little more branches, just letting you guys know, because I know that I feel like it needs a little more branches and more detail, and we'll do that. But for now, I'm just going to add a little bit of the lighter. And obviously as it goes darker, we're going to add darker colors. But right in here where we see a lot of bright areas, we're going to add a little bit of that orangey color, because that will create and make it look glowy. Okay, a little bit, and you can go over even on this side a little bit. Totally fine. Some in here. On this side, wherever you think, you know, the light is hitting. A little bit in here and in here. I'm barely pressing. I don't want too much paint, you know. So I'm using a little bit of paint, not too much. And then here, I'm going to use a little bit more yellow, straight out of the tube, and white. A little bit of white and yellow to brighten it. right in this area here. Okay, so we're going to use a little bit more white and yellow. I'm going to really make these leaves bright and yellow here. Take away a little bit of that darker tone. And create some yellow like this. Okay, because that will make these, your leaves really stand out because of the sunlight, right? It'll make them look more glowy. So a little bit of white and yellow, and just go over some of these. Lightly. And you could also use your this artist sponge brush as well if you want, but I like to work slowly and not rush, you know, kind of take it at, you know, decide where I want some of these to be, right? The glow. Basically, I have more control. And then a little bit here. Okay. Let's use a little bit of white and that yellow, and we're going to lighten some of these right in here. Some of these leaves will be a little bit brighter because of the light. Right, just a little bit. We don't want to overdo it. I'm going to add a little bit of that bright glow. So a little more white and yellow. Okay. More white and yellow. And I'm going to add a little bit in here. Make these a little more brighter here on this branch. And kind of randomly go over some of these. Okay. A little more yellow and white. And go over this area here. Maybe with just the yellow. I'm going to really brighten this area here. And then as we go out, well, let's continue finish here real quick. As we go out, we're going to go back to this color, this orangey color. Okay, and we're going to continue adding. Like I said, don't worry about going over. And we're going to be okay, so we added some more details here. And now I'm going to go back to this green color, okay, this one right here. And I want to add a little more detail and make this a little more fuller. So I'm going to randomly some in here, make it look a little more busier. I'm going to add some in here, darker areas. Okay, and then here a little bit. I'm going to use the darker color in that green. Let's use the artist sponge actually. It's going to be faster and create a little bit of the green, just a few little green spots. You might not see much on the camera, but you know, we want to create a little bit of variety of color. Maybe this is like fall, you know, and the colors are nice and bright. Okay, and then back to the darkest color, and I think that's good enough. We will add more if we need to, but for now I like it. I'm going to stop there. All right, and then now we're gonna add some more branches, right? And so I added black and scarlet red. I'm going to take part of this orange. Okay, let's take part of this orange, mix it in with this color, black and red, and we're going to use this color for some of our branches. Okay, so with the detail brush and water back and forth, we're going to be using this color. Okay, take part of this color, swirl it like this with a little bit of water and this color. We are going to add branches starting from this corner and create random branches, small ones, big ones, and you don't have to do a lot, but create some, maybe go over some of these, you know, and continue, make it more flowy. For example, this right here, right? We're going to continue this branch and kind of fade it out. Okay, so right here, let's say it's attaching to that one. Okay, and then this one. Dab my brush in the water and continue. Maybe this one connects to this branch. Okay, and then continue. Remember this branch right here. Dab my brush in the water, and we're gonna spend some time. Maybe there's a branch that goes like this. here I want to connect a branch and let it go up in here like that. Okay, and then let's add some branches in here. Dab it in the water and use more of water, less of paint, because we're going to the lighter areas right in here. So we don't want it to be overpowering. Okay, so I'm going to spend some time going over and detailing. For example, right here, this branch, I'm going to have it attached and then fade it. We don't want to make these too dark. Very, very light. Okay. With more of water here, we're gonna add a few branches in here. Can add some darker ones and thicker ones here. Right, just to create variety. Remember, water helps make your brush run smoother on the canvas. So use as much as you need. And then let's add some more details here. Okay, here I'm going to add a little bit more of this orange, right? Because I don't want it to be too dark, and maybe mix it in to get an in-between tone. It doesn't have to be perfect, just something that is a little lighter than what we've mixed, because we want to keep it light in here and faded. Okay, so I'm going to dab my brush in water. And add some branches in here. And if some are darker, that's okay. Okay, go back to the darker color. Let's continue here and add with water a little more details. Okay, constantly dabbing my brush in water and adding all my details and branches as much as I want, okay? I'm not gonna overdo it, so I'm gonna just add a few here, a few right in here. Okay, and then maybe there's a branch that I'm going to add a few more darker ones right in here for fun. And then a few more in here. Randomly. Okay, so now that we have a sketch down, we have some leaves we added, right? We can go over the trees and add another coat and make certain areas bright, because right now it's all like one dark tone to all these branches, right? But because there's light here, we want to make some of these a little bit more like reddish, lighter yellow, orangey color here because of the light, right? We want to make it look misty. And so we're going to go over some of these together for this tree. And so this is what I have mixed. We're going to have white straight out of the tube by itself, a little bit of white here with a touch of medium yellow, and then a little bit of white with orange, yellow, and a small amount of red right here, and then less white, more orange, scarlet red, and a touch of carbon black, and then just red and black. I want to mix these colors and I'll show you what I get. So as I'm mixing, I have a bright orange here, but I want to make it more darker. So what I'm going to do actually is add a little bit more red to this color, and I'll show you how much red. So a little more red, maybe that's a little too much. I'll take part of it and put it into this one, right? We want a little bit of red, okay? And then I'm going to take a little bit of black, small amount right there, not too much. And I'm going to mix this because I want to add this to my branches, but I don't want it to be like too dark or too light. I want to add this color on some of these branches here. And it's leaning towards more of this like a red color because I added more of that, but I feel like I want to actually make it glow some of these branches, so I'm going to add orange, okay? And that's what I do. I kind of like just mix colors and look at it and see what I need to add, and you know, and that's why, you know, try to squeeze a little bit of paint each time, and then you'll add more if you need to. But I added more orange, as you could see, to this color, because orange will make it more like warmer color. There you go, that's much better. So it has red still, but it's leaning towards like a warmer tone, and that's what we want. We want to create some of these branches look like they have the glow is coming through them, and they're behind a little bit, some of these branches, you know. I'm going to take part of this color You can see it's a little bit darker. I'm going to take part of this color, okay, and mix it with this, okay. All right, so these are the colors I have, okay. So we got white, yellowish, white right here, and then transitioning to the orangey, reddish colors, and then the dark. That'll be our second layer for our tree here. So I'm going to pick up my number 4 brush and dab it in the water and tap it on the paper towel so it'll be damp. And I'm going to start with the lighter ones here. So I'm going to go ahead and start with this orangey color here. Take a little bit of this, and what I'm going to do is go over some of these branches. Okay, with this and it's going to be faded in. Okay, now I'm going to use a little bit of this yellow because that's where the brightest the sunlight is, right? We want to make this faded. So I'm going to dab my brush in water and then tap it on the paper towel. I'm not going to clean my brush, but just, and then pick up a little more of that yellow and mix it in with this orange and maybe pick up a little bit more of this yellowish color here, and let's add it right here and then here as well. Okay, a little bit of yellow. And then here as well. Okay, and then continue with the yellow. We're just going over and adding, maybe skip a few areas. Create it, make it look faded. And then we'll fade it out right there. Okay, a little bit here. Use this orange for this part. Dab my brush in the water. Use a little bit of this yellow, and I'm going to actually use the orange. Add that right here. Add more of that yellow color right where the sun is hitting it lightly. And you could use also, for the skinnier branches, you could use your detail brush as well for this part if you wanted to, right? I'm going to dab my brush in water, take part of the yellow, and I'm going to try to blend those colors in together. Use a little bit more of that yellow. Want to create a nice glow to these branches up here. Maybe make this one a little bit more brighter. Use a little bit of white and water. So I'm going to dab my brush in the water and pick up the white. Okay, and then make this area bright. And it's okay you paint over your branches. That's totally fine. Okay, dab my brush in the water and then pick up more of the white, and we're going to add a little bit in here as well. Trying to create a nice misty glow. So I dabbed my brush in water and took a little bit of this yellow and water, and I'm going to blend those in so it could be a little more softer. Okay, dab my brush in the water, use this yellow and a little bit of this orange, and as we go down here, we'll fade it in and let it, and then now we can use this reddish color. Dab my brush in water, use a little bit of this color and add it right here. Use this yellow. Let's add a little bit more of a brighter yellow here. There you go. Okay, that's much better. And I'm gonna dab my brush in water, use a little bit of white and this yellow here. I'm gonna go over these areas lightly. Like I said, if this is a little bit too thick, you know, on some of these smaller areas, you can use your detail brush as well to go over some of these. So I'm using like a little bit of a corner of my brush to the side of my brush to kind of try to do it carefully. Okay, and as you can see, it's starting to look faded, right? That's what we want. We want to make it look faded. We're gonna go over some of these. So dab my brush in water, doing the same thing with a little bit of yellow because this side is a little too dark. So I'm gonna go over and add a little bit of the glow here to this branch. Okay, and then add this orange right on the bottom right here a little bit, and then add a little bit of this orange to this one. And then like a darker color here. As we go in, it's going to get a little bit more darker, but we want to continue. Let's add a little more orange here. Because the glow is coming more and hitting the left side of these branches, right? And then it's getting dark more on the right. To create, you want to create that curve, right? So I'm trying to dab my brush in water, add a little bit of this yellow I'm going to create a little bit of that glow on the left side of this tree, going in right in here as well. Okay. And then finally this one right here. We will add a little bit of this orange. Dab my brush in the water, use this orange, add a little bit of that orange here, real quick with water, and then use this red. Orange again here, blend it all in, dab my brush in the water, dab my brush in the water, pick up more of this red, and you can skip some areas, maybe there's some shadows, and you know, like leave some of the darker, but add a little bit of that red in here, and then this red on this side, on the left side of this tree, and then we're going to fade it out with this darkest color. And kind of blend those in together. Dab my brush in water and pick up more of this color, and we're going to try to create like a softer transition. Same thing here, add this darkest color on the more on the right side of this tree. Okay, and then maybe a little bit in here. You see how that works? You're creating that curve of the tree, and that's what we want. So the right side should be a little darker. And then here we can add a little bit of a darker tone, lightly. And then fade it in. Same thing here. Okay, that's good, and that's looking really good, much better. We're almost done with the tree, and we can always come back to adding the details to the tree later, right? But for now, this is good. Okay, so now we can move on to covering the base for our grass here, right? And we can always come back to, you know, all the other parts later. Let's just continue laying everything out, and then we'll detail all that stuff later, okay? So this is what I have for the base for our grass around here. Is I added a thumb amount of white, touch of orange, yellow, and sap green, and then a little less white, more sap green, touch of orange and yellow and carbon black, and then less white, more sap green and more black, and a touch of medium yellow. I'm going to mix these and show you what I get. Alright, so this is what I have. I did add a thumb amount of carbon black straight out of the two. I'm going to take part of my darkest green color we have mixed and kind of mix it with this black to create even a darker shade. And with these four colors, we're going to add the base of our grass. Let's pick up our number 8 brush, dab it in the water, and tap it on the paper towel so it could be damp. And then let's start with this green, bright green color, and we're just going to add Actually, let's start with this color. We'll come back to that one later. Let's start with sketching this color right here, and we're just gonna kind of flake it up right here. Cover the areas. Okay, so here I'm going to add, flake it up, a little bit of grass in the water over there. You could use your lighter green. Okay. Go back to your second green color we have mixed. And we're going to add let's go back to the light green. And then this one, kind of flake it up like this randomly. Dab my brush in the water. We're gonna blend it up, take it up a little bit. Like this. Okay, and then let's continue with this color. Let's just randomly add this color in here. And then the next darkest color right in the middle here. We're going to cover all that area here. Okay, this is the base, so it doesn't need to be perfect. So let's take more of this color and come here. And we're gonna randomly start to add that shade of green here. Go back to this lighter color to create some variety and add it right in here a little bit. And then your darkest color, I'm going to randomly add some in here. And cover the rest of the canvas. Go back to your darkest color and cover this area here with your darkest color. I'm going to dab my brush in the water so it could be damp, so these colors can blend on top right here a little bit. There you go. And we're just going to cover the rest of the canvas here with the darkest color. Okay, once you have that, let it dry, and then we're gonna add another details to our grass. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and add a little bit of the grass like this in this corner, right in here. With your darkest color. Add some in here. Now I'm going to switch to number 4 and use, remember this orangey color we have used. Maybe actually use this darker reddish color here, mix with the orange a little bit, and then here I want to add that right on the bottom of this grass and randomly add a shade of this in here into my grass. I'm going to dab my brush in the water and tap it on a paper towel so it could be damp, and it has a little bit of water so it can run smooth. And I'm going to try to create a little bit of that orange to my grass on this area right here. Maybe add a little bit of this darker tone right on the bottom. Okay, and then we'll make it disappear. Add a little bit of maybe in here. We'll go back to this color and add some in here. Dab my brush in the water, use a little bit of, let's use this orange, and kind of bring it down. Maybe it's reflecting a little bit onto the water. And then we'll use a little bit of this reddish brown color here, and let's add a little bit of that in here. You can use a little bit of a darker green. Okay, now I'm going to switch to my flat brush and let's use this dark green with water. Dab your flat brush in water, and let's now create some grass. Kind of like what we did right there. We're going to first randomly sketch it out, and then we'll add more details. Sketch out some of our grass, and then And then with the detail brush, we're going to go over and create some of them more curvier, you know. But kind of switch it around, you know, try to make it a little curvy so it won't be too perfect. And then here you can use a little bit of, mix it with this dark green and this darkest color as we get closer to the bottom. And let's just add some grass in here. Okay, a lot of it. Now my brush in the water. Continue using this green with a little bit of that black. Mix it together and continue randomly adding your grass. Down my brush in the water, use that green and the darkest color. And we're going to continue. And as we get further back over there, I'm going to use a detail brush, but right here I'm going to add a few more. Maybe go to your lighter green color with water, mix those two, not too much water, so you don't want it to be too, you just want enough. And then we're gonna randomly add some in here, not a lot, just a few. Okay, as we go back, we're gonna add I'm gonna clean my brush, and with the detail brush now we're gonna add a little more details to the back of the grass here. So down my brush in the water all the way, and we're gonna start off with, let's use this green, maybe mix it in with this red and orange. Let's just use these. I don't want it too dark. Let's just use more of this orange, mix it in with the green a little bit, and then swirl your brush and dab your brush in the water. Make sure you have a good amount of water, and we're going to draw it lightly, barely pressing onto the canvas. We're going to create some grass. Okay, kind of back and forth, kind of like what we did here, but you want to create a lighter dab my brush in the water and continue. this is going to be kind of faded. We want to make it look like this Misty. So I'm not going to add too much here, but a little bit. A little bit of details will make it look really nice. Continue. I'm not going to add too much here. Let's go ahead and add the dark green. Add a little bit in here. Use a little bit of the lighter green. Mix it with the dark green. I don't want it to be too dark in this corner here. I still want it to be pretty light. And you could have some of them and then here as we go up we can make it a little darker, right? So this green and back and forth, and then we're going to add a few, right? And then we can sketch out our flowers after that, and then we can always come back to our grass later. I don't want to overdo my grass because we can always come back and, you know, really detail everything once we added where our flowers are going to be, because that's going to be one of the main focuses of this painting, and I don't want the grass to take over everything, you know. So I'm going to make sure I don't add too much detail. So I'm going to stop right there, pick up my number 4 brush, and I'm going to actually dim it down a little bit with this light and then a little bit of orange, light green and orange, and then I'm going to kind of take away the sharpness of these grass areas that I just added. And fade it out. Same thing here. Use the green. Use a little bit of black, and let's add some shadows, random shadows in our grass. Okay, I'm going to use a flat brush and add some lighter green, kind of going this way. To switch it up, you know. Okay, and then with our detail brush, we're going to use this green to remember here, this area here, we're going to create some more details of the grass here. Maybe one that is really tall right in here. Going back and forth. Okay, we're going to come back to the grass. So I know it looks rough right now, but bear with me. We're gonna draw out. So let's use a little bit of black straight out of the tube and scarlet red part of it. Okay, we're gonna now start to draw out where the flowers will be. Then we're gonna come back and, you know, detail everything, the grass again. We just need to sketch out our flowers so we can get the positioning of them, and then we can work around on the details part of the grass and flowers, okay? So I have black and red, and I'm going to take part of this green, mix it in, randomly mix that in, and we're going to use this as one of our colors to draw it. So it's like one of the darkest colors. Okay, I'm going to clean my palette knife, and I'm going to use also a thumb amount of white, touch of yellow and orange, and that will be our base color of our flowers. And we will obviously add more to it, but this will be our base. So I'll show you what I get. Okay, with the detail brush and the darkest color we have mixed, and this is what I have for the flowers. It's like orangey, bright orangey color. We're gonna start to create our first flower that will be, this one's gonna be really right here. I wanna make it go up all the way in here. So I'm gonna start from here, and I'm gonna just randomly make it go in like this. Okay, so I'm gonna go over with this brush and water. Dabbing my brush in the water and picking up a little bit more of that color, and then I'm gonna fade it in like that, okay? So a little bit more. I'm gonna make it a little bit more thicker. Okay, so I'm gonna have a flower right in here. And then right next to it, I'm going to add another one that will be this one will be a little bit smaller. Okay, dab my brush in water. Let's add another one right in here. Okay, so I'm going to add one right in here. And then here, I'm going to add and then right next to it, there'll be another one. Okay, dab my brush in water, continue using that darkest color. Let's add another one right in here. Dab my brush in the water. I'm going to add one that is going to be right in here. Dab my brush in the water. Swirl your brush, and because then it will run smoothly on the canvas like this. Okay, so I'm going to add one more that will be a little bit bent, maybe right in here. It goes like this. Some of them are growing opposite directions. You want to create variety. We don't want to just create flowers that all go one direction, right? And then here, I'm going to add one that will be up in here. Okay, dab my brush in water. Make it a little thicker. Okay, and be patient. Take your time and don't rush. Work slowly at it, back and forth. And little by little, you're going to get it done, and you're going to feel very proud of your piece. And you're going to make somebody happy out there when they look at it. They're going to be reminded of God's beautiful creation. Sometimes we forget to look at little things like this. Here I'm going to add one that is small one right in here. Another small one. And it's totally up to you how much you want to add. And then here, And then a couple little ones in here. Ones that are a little bit back, you know. I'm constantly dabbing my brush in water and swirling my brush into that paint. So every time you see me move my brush, that's what I'm doing. So it can run, like I always say, smooth on the canvas. So some of them are going off the canvas. Okay, and then a couple more in here. We can always add more later. And then in here, we want some to be inside to make it look 3D, right? You don't want them to just be on top here. You want some to be inside the grass. So keep that in mind. It's important to have variety. And then one in here. Probably in here. Right? And these are closer ones, so you can make the stems a little bit thicker. Okay, we're gonna have one big one here and another big one right here. I'm gonna add a couple more in here actually. A couple more little ones. let's add one in here. And then we might add more, but let's pause right there. I'm going to clean my brush, and I'm going to take my, let's use our number 4 brush with water and this color, right? We have mixed this orangey, bright orangey color, and we're going to create a base for our flowers. So starting with, let's just start with this one right here. And we're gonna randomly add the base of our I want to make them a little bit bigger. Okay, like that. This one doesn't need to be that big. That's good right there. And maybe this, a little one right in here. Some of these we're gonna add a little bit of a darker orange color to them. This one a little bigger, and we'll make it more detailed. In a little bit. We're just sketching out. And placing where we want them to be, right? Okay, take your time. And I'm kind of like, I'm pressing and pulling it a little bit upwards and to the side a little bit to create that, making them look more like flowers by doing that. And then have these ones will be a little bigger. as you get closer here, right? I have a few small ones right in here, and then these ones, they're going to be a little bit more bigger. Okay, so we're going to make this one a little bigger. Okay, make it bigger because it'll make these flowers look like they're closer to us. Okay, maybe add another one right in here. There you go. And then remember I told you I'm going to add, well, let's continue. Let's add a few more in here. A few more in here, and then one in here. Some in here, little ones. And then one, let's add the biggest one, will be right in this corner. Okay, I'm gonna add the biggest one right in here. That'll really make it, this flower stand out. All these other flowers, I mean, it's gonna make them pop. And then something like this. Okay, and one more bigger one right in here. Okay. And then here we can start to add a little bit of orange straight out of the tube. Okay. A little bit of orange straight out of the tube. And we're going to mix it with a little bit of this color. With the orange, we're going to add some little details. Okay, with that orange, maybe these are different kinds of flowers. We don't want to go and add too much in the back, mainly here. I'm just using now orange by itself, and I'm trying to create different types of flowers. randomly add that. All these little details will make your flowers stand out even more. Okay, so with the orange, we're going to add right in the middle. And we'll obviously detail it, but we're sketching it out and creating a little bit of details here and there, and then we'll make it defined more with a detail brush. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to switch to my number 8 brush, and what I'm going to do is use a little bit of, let's use sap green, a little bit of sap green straight out of the tube, in this light color we have mixed, mix it both with this, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to lightly dab kind of in here. And it's okay if you go over some of the flowers, because that was just a base sketch, right? We're gonna add more detail later. But you see, I'm kind of adding a little bit of that little highlights of some of the, maybe there's little flowers that we don't see that detailed, but they're behind. Okay, little by little. Lightly dab with that light green and sap green, mix those two. And let's continue adding a few more. Details in here. Maybe go over on this one a little bit. Okay. Now I'm going to use that light green and kind of add a little bit of that lighter green here. Use the orange, and maybe let's use to create another detail. Let's use medium yellow straight out of the tube. Take part of this, and it's okay if your brush is not fully clean. We're gonna use the yellow and mix it with this light orange that we added for our flowers, and we're gonna create a few more lighter details of some of these. So maybe just a yellow by itself, barely pressing, don't press too hard, but barely pressing. Let's add a little bit of some yellow flowers that maybe you don't see that well, but they're there, Okay, Okay, so I'm going to add a few more lighter ones in here. Maybe not too much here, but that's okay. We'll cover it with a darker tone. A little more green on here. Okay. I'm gonna use the darker color to kind of clean out some of these areas here. I don't want it too much on this side. I want it to be pretty dark in here. As you can see how I work, it's all about going back and forth. So the darkest color that we use to draw out these lines, I'm not even cleaning my brush, I'm just lightly dabbing it and creating a variety of different shades and shadows and colors, you know. Okay. I want to make some of this area bright because of the light hitting. So what I'm going to do is use this green, right, with water in my number 4 brush, a little bit of water in this green and orange. Mix that in together and lightly, we're going to lighten some of this in here. And it's okay if you go over, like I said, we're going to correct those areas. And I'm going to lightly with water and I'm going to try to blend those in and create a softer transition. And as I get closer, obviously it's going to be more sharper, so I'm not going to try to add too much of this. I just wanted it right in here more. Okay, something like this. It's already looking much better. Okay. Could add some of that in here. And now, you know, we can add more detail later, but let's continue adding another layer. With the detail brush, we can go over with this darkest color we have mixed, kind of like what we did with in the beginning. We'll go over some of the areas where we, like for example here, and then we're gonna fade it in. Okay, so I'm gonna spend some time going over the stems here. Okay, and then we will go to detailing our flowers after this. All right, the next step is to finalize by detailing the flowers and adding all the beautiful little details up here, right? So we're gonna go back and start with these flowers and kind of doing the same technique to all of them, right? So this is the color that I have mixed or have added to my palette. Thumb amount of white, a touch of medium yellow, and then a little bit less white, and then a little more yellow and orange, and then less white here, touch of yellow, small amount of orange, sap green, and carbon black. Let's start with these 3 colors. I'm going to mix them real quick and show you what I get, and if we need to, we'll add more. So as I was mixing, I wanted to make this a little bit more to the red, darker color, right? To the more like a reddish tone. So I added a little bit of scarlet red right there. And then I decided to also add a shade darker than this orange. Like you could see it's still orange, but it's starting to lean towards red, right? So I'm going to take, and then I added orange and red right here as well. I'm going to take part of this, not too much, part of this, mix it with this, okay. And finally, I'm going to take this color that I just mixed, part of this color, and add it to a little bit of carbon black right here to create a darkest color. All right, and finally, this is what I have, okay? So something like this. It doesn't have to be exactly, but something like this, you'll be good to go, okay? Now let's pick up our detail brush. And what we're gonna do, actually before using our detail brush, let's actually pick up our number 4 brush again, dab it in the water, and I want to kind of go over some of these flowers before I start detailing them with these colors right here, this orangey and this reddish orange color, right, the darker color. So I'm going to take part of this color, and right here where the light is hitting, I want to make these stand out a little more and maybe even a little bigger. And so from the middle, I'm kind of pulling the paint upwards because I have a little bit of water in my brush. It spreads a little softer. So I'm just gonna make it a little bigger. Okay. Make some of these a little bit bigger and more, a little darker. Same thing here. It's okay if you go over those ones that we've already, added, because we want to create different, light is hitting on some of them, and some of them have a little bit of a different shade to them, That's why I want to make sure I create that nice balance and create some of them a little darker. Here I'm going to kind of right from the middle lightly dab my brush in the water and tap it on the paper towel so it'll be damp, and then I'm just going to randomly add a little glaze of this orange color we have mixed. I don't want to do it on everything, because I want some of these to stand out and be bright, but on some of them. Okay, and then real quick, right from the middle, and kind of have it be a little bit more blended, right? Okay, and then we're going to use this darkest color, and then right in the middle, I'm going to add a little bit of that darker red color. Randomly, real quick, go over some of these. Dab my brush in the water, clean your brush real quick in your water jar, and then tap it on the paper towel. And then we're going to use a little bit of play with this color, the lightest color, and go back, and I want to make, like I said, I want to make some of these a little bigger. So right at the ends of these, I'm going to add a little bit of that yellow, brighter color. Lightly. It's a lot of back and forth, but you know, when you add your details to your flowers, the more details you add, the more it'll look interesting and beautiful. So be patient and no need to rush, just sketch it out real quick, and I'm, you know, trying to so basically from the light, some of them are going to be bright. That's why I'm trying to create variety of color, you know, that transition. Okay, a little bit in here. Okay, and then go back to the orange color, and I'm going to go over and make them take away some of the bright areas. Make this one a little bigger. Okay, so now I'm going to dab my brush in the water, clean it out, and then use the darkest color we have mixed with your number 4 brush, and right in the middle, we're just gonna lightly dab like this. On some of these. Okay, real quick. Use the corner of your brush. Okay, and add as many as you want. There you go. That's good. right, so now before I add anything else, now we can switch to our detail brush and start to really define it and make it look cleaner, a little bit more cleaner and more like a flower, right? And so what we're gonna do is start with the lightest color. So water and our detail brush. We're gonna be using a lot of water, so I'm gonna dab my brush in the water and always constantly going back and forth using this color and swirling like this, making sure I create a nice sharp tip and it has a little bit of water. And so I'm going to go back and forth and try to create a little bit more of some of these flowers, a little more detailed like this, right? So it's totally up to you how much detail you want on your flowers. So I'm going to spend time going back and forth and creating these beautiful details, being patient with each flower. We don't have that many of them here, so it shouldn't be too hard. So dabbing my brush in water, picking up more of this yellow color, and okay. And I'm just gonna work on adding, making these with this yellow color, making these a little more sharper and a little longer and, more detailed, right? And remember, the flowers, you don't want to make them perfect. So some will be more like skinnier and longer, some will be flatter, so make sure to create some variety. Because if all your flowers look like stars, then it's like, it just doesn't look like you have, you want to create like different versions of your flowers. They're not, so that they won't look perfect, right? So maybe this one comes out a little bit like this. This one maybe bends, and you don't really see it. So back and forth. Focus on creating these, just the ends of your flowers. You don't want to go in too much in the middle with this color, okay? We're just creating making the shape of our flower a little bit more defined. That's what we're doing. Okay. Next, make this a little bit more bent. Okay, moving on to this one. And I'm randomly, kind of randomly drawing them out the way I think they would look good, but you can make your flowers look the way you want it, right? So down my brush in the water and continue with this color. Just making it cleaner. Look more cleaner and sharper. The ends of your flowers. Okay, and then this one is probably overlapping and covering the other one. Basically, I'm going to go over and kind of shape out all these flowers, okay? It's a repetitive thing that you just kind of go over, like even in here, for example, this one, right? It's a little bit facing up, it's not facing sideways, so I'm going to focus on making these a little bit more, you know, basically making it a little bit more sideways and, I mean, looking upwards, my flower. Right? So, something like this. Right? And some of them could be a little bit sharp and you can't really see. But, and then this one maybe goes this way. Okay, just like that. So then I'm gonna go over all of these, and then here I'm just the same thing. I'm gonna go over and make these just a little bit more cleaner, okay, at the ends, and make them look a little more cleaner transition, so it won't look rough. Okay, so with water and this yellow color, that's what I'm going to do to all my flowers. And some of them could be circular here like this. You don't need to make every flower sharp at the end like this. Some of them could be a little more circular. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. Alright, as you can see, I went over and detailed just the edges of every flower here with this yellow lightest color, and I even added some light little maybe flowers that are small that you don't really see that well, you know, so like randomly add a few of these. Okay, maybe a little bit in here. Maybe some in here. Right? I'm going to create randomly all the details. Okay, and now with this orangey red color we have mixed, this color, we're going to dab it in the water and swirl, and working the same way, we're going to kind of add a little bit of detail by flaking some of these creating a little bit more detail. Okay. So dab my brush in water. You can skip some areas and that. And then this one, we don't want to forget about that little guy. Okay, so randomly go over, and you don't want to overdo it, but you want to add a few of these little ones. Okay, we'll continue with this. With water in this color, we're just gonna go over some of these. Real quick. They don't have to be perfect. You just want to create some variety of different details in our flowers. Okay, maybe skip some of these little ones. And then here for the closer ones, we'll make them a little bigger, right? So dab your brush in water, use that. You'd use a couple of these. Okay, maybe skip some and then use your darkest color, as we have mixed, and go and kind of go over the middle a little bit and kind of dab it and create little details to some of these. Not all of them, but some of them. Maybe the ones that are And then also on the bottom right here, we're going to make all of them a little bit bigger. So swirl your brush and use the darkest color. We're going to make the bottom a little bit bigger right here on all of them, connecting to our flower, right? Make them just a tiny bit bigger. Okay. That'll make them stand out even more. So quickly go over and add your details. Okay, I'm gonna go back to my number 4 brush, clean it out, and I used yellow straight out of the tube. I want to make some of these a little bit more brighter because of the light to create variety. So I'm going to make this one, for example, a little bit more bright on the corners. Right, that one. Let's add a little bit here. Make some of them a little bit warmer. That yellow will make your flowers, maybe on some of these, not too much here. Dab my brush in water so it could be more watery, and real quick on some, sketch it out and create a little bit of yellow. Okay, so a little bit right there, and then also in here, these ones, I'm going to make them brighter because of the light. You could see I am skipping some areas, some of the flowers, not adding too much. Maybe this one needs it a little bit more. Okay, maybe this one as well. Now let's add a little bit of this yellow, maybe part of this lightest color. Mix those two together, and let's add a few details to our grass. Make some of these stand out a little more. Right. Now we can go over and work on adding, this is the part where we go over and add, you know, all our details to our grass and the trees and the things we haven't added the details, right? So here I'm going to add a little bit of, maybe there's some of these have little flowers in this grassy area right here. We don't want it to look too plain. Okay, now we're gonna go with our detail brush. We're gonna go back and forth with this color and maybe mix it with this orange. Get an in-between color like this. And we're gonna use this with water. And we're gonna go over some of these where the light is hitting. On the right side, let's say there's a, actually let's use the yellow, more of the yellow. We're going to go over some of these. with water. Barely pressing, okay? Barely pressing. Go back to this color again. Right here. Right? And then fade it out. Right, more of this, and then in here. You don't want it too bright, you just want a little bit. And lightly press and kind of add your highlights so that some of them will look, because of the light, reflect. Okay, it's a lot of back and forth, but it'll look really good once we add these little details. Okay, a little more of this color. And a few more here. And now you can go back and forth with this and orange color and kind of mix those two and randomly add a few little details inside here. Okay, so spend some time. Dabbing your brush in the water and adding as much as you want. All the little ones. Right, in here. And then with some red, a touch of red and black, mix those two together. And we're gonna get a dark color to create a darker shade on some of these areas I'll show you. So this is what I have, and I'm gonna use my number 8 brush, dab it in the water, tap it on the paper towel, and we're gonna use a little bit of this color with water, right? A little bit of water. And we're gonna add a little bit of darker tones around here. Gently press and skip some areas. You don't want to overdo it. But we want to add a little bit of that darker shade on some of these areas here. Maybe in here a little bit. Okay, randomly. Barely pressing. In here, I want to darken this area a bit. Maybe here, just a tiny bit right here on the left side of this area. A little bit, not too much. Okay. That creates a little more depth to our painting, as you could see. Okay, that's good right there. All right. And now we can go with our detail brush. Actually, a flat brush. Let's go with our flat brush and use a little bit of this orange. Maybe mix it with the yellow, right? Play with those colors. And let's add a few details to our tree right in here. A few details, you know, maybe these are bark showing through, right? Barely pressing. Skip some areas and randomly add. Make it look like it's the tree, it has bark. And you can go down and have it faded. Fade it to this color. I'm not going to add too much. I'm just going to add it on some areas to make my tree a little more interesting. Alright, so now I can go back playing with these colors, adding details to the grass, lights and darks, you know, as much as you want, right? Doing the same technique back and forth. And we can define and make it even smoother if we wanted to with our flowers, right? So basically, it's totally up to you how much detail you want to put in, right? But I'm going to call it good for today. I hope you enjoyed this lesson. And again, thank you for being here. See you guys next time. Take care and God bless.